Hello, hi everyone, hi Summit. I hope you're doing well. I currently don't have my ring light. I should really connect that again because it's apparently dark without it, a little bit at least. But yeah, I hope you're doing good. I hope everyone is well. We're playing more Ace Attorney today, so it'll be a long one. I am quite tired, because I keep going to bed late, and then like my sleeping schedule's kind of moved, right? So I keep not being tired later on in the day, and then I'm like, oh, but it's only 1 a.m. and it's 1 a.m. and I don't feel tired yet, so I'm gonna stay up a bit longer. But then it just keeps my sleeping schedule in a bad spot where I wake up in the morning and I'm not awake because it's too like I don't sleep long enough. Because I go to bed late and then I'm like, but I want to wake up at like 10 or something, and it doesn't work out. Some people are just natural night owls. Maybe, but I didn't used to be that way. I think it's just the way I made it now. I was always more of a morning person. Like I woke up just very easily and then went to bed at like, I don't know, 11, maybe midnight. But then over time, because I hang out with people in voice chats and stuff, you start to go to bed later and later until eventually you're just going to bed at like 3 a.m. or something. That is a lot of streams, Summit. Congrats on your 15 stream streak. It's always good to see you around. But yeah, it's one of those things that it's hard to fix because you tend to then keep it in what's it called? As long as I keep like being like, oh, but I can hang out a little bit longer, right? Then I'm just gonna keep it in um uh what's it called? It's just gonna keep happening if I keep doing that. Like I need to at some point be like, no, 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 it's 1 a.m. I should go to bed, right? Instead of being like, oh, I can be, but I could go a bit longer, you know? And then if I do have trouble falling asleep, which I've done, right? I've had that. Then I can maybe do something to um, use some energy, but not actually behind the screen. Does that make sense? So like I won't use my phone. I won't turn the lights on or anything. But if I really can't sleep, then I might, I don't know, do some Sudokus on the sofa, or like do some cleaning, in the middle of the night. That type of thing. And then when that's done, I can sleep better. And then generally it's fine. But as long as that's a one-time thing, it's good. The one more turn deal. Exactly, yeah. It's one of those things that it's like, well, it's fun though to talk with these people, but I need to need to choose for myself sometimes. But yeah, let's actually get into the game that I don't have loaded up because well, I do have it loaded up, just not capturing. Because I'm smart like that. There we are. Much better. So we're back in the UK. It's our good friend Herlock Sholmes. I don't actually know what this case is going to be just yet. How does everything look? Everything looks very similar to the first game in the series. I don't see any like glaring differences. This is where you note down your ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle? Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see. Especially if it's cut with a rounded top. Oh my god. I'm not sitting up high enough. And this garnet was blue, was it? Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered. Oh. So who knows what the stone gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case. Oh, proper Herlock Sholmes conundrum, huh? That does sound like a conundrum. But either way, I want to talk to Herlock himself. While having fun off stream on the PC, you can do some exercise like sit-ups. When you get tired enough to make a bath and sleep more desired. I mean, true. True. I mean, it's nice. So now that I have my sit-stand desk, I can actually just stand at the PC, and that helps a lot too. Just, it's not even an exercise necessarily, but just standing is so nice because it makes it easier for me, or at least I'm more likely to, I don't know, get a drink or something like that, right? Because I don't have to get up. I'm already up. I don't have to I don't have to get out of the chair, move the chair out and stuff like that, right? I can just get up and walk. Well, not, I can just walk. I don't even have to get up. It's very nice. It makes it more likely that I'm gonna do some cleaning or do the laundry or something like that, because I don't have to, that initial like, oh, I have to get up, right? Type feeling. Trolls, hello. I hope you're doing well. Congrats on being first. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe, what if I just stream standing up for a bit? I think this might be loud, I don't know. That's not too bad, right? It's not too bad. There you go. Here we are. Beautiful, right? I do love it, honestly. It's great. It doesn't help with the lighting, but I will fix that eventually again. I'm so happy with this desk, honestly. Okay, so what do we have to talk about? The only thing is that my mouse keeps sliding back, so I need to make sure it stays in one place, or at least at because the cord needs to have space to move, but it keeps sliding down, so I have to keep having to pull it back. I need something to keep it from going down too far, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure yet how I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Let's talk about this letter. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by International Post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Oh, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? Ah, the moustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the moustache. He didn't have two moustaches, Hurley. Yes, you could forget those two cases. They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what was this startling news penned by Mrs. Otto? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Otto asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place a half a year ago. For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mrs. Sato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yeah. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Mrs. Otto was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? 4 mouse? Why does it say 4 mouse ago? I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be months, right? I don't know how they made that mistake. 4 mouse ago. Is that a measurement of time? A mouth? It's annoying me that I don't have. Can I... Do I have my... Okay, I can take out the switch, I think. I need to make a permanent thing later, but I'm gonna grab my light. BRB. Sorry about that. This is fine. I should have done this before the stream. Holding. Hold. Am I rotating it the right way? I'm pretty sure I am. What a mess. Why am I doing this live on stream? Who knows? Can I just... Oh. Okay, well, that's not gonna work. Sorry, does this work? Sure, it's some light. It's some light, it's not actually... It's not in a good position, but it's light, you know? It's there. I'll fix it later. Lumen, hello. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. You can lower the desk to reach better. True. I could, but I didn't. Got 2 whole bottles of coffee. Nice. I mean, is it nice? It's probably not great, but your lids, I can imagine. Mouse is a measurement of time that takes for good gossip to form. Ooh, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, Luma, look, I'm standing. I'm standing. I'm standing at my desk. I can stand. It's great. Feels like your cork leaf is gonna take off on its own. Oh no. An empty stand, yeah, and I can just raise and lower it as I want, you know? However high I want it, I can just change. Okay, so what is this? Mrs. Sutter's repatriation. What a word. Oh, Irish says 4 months. So, which one is correct? 4 mouths or 4 months? It's a good question. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. That's not true. No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I mean, good question. That's what we're trying to find out. Just need some passion fruit juice to calm me down. Ooh, that sounds nice. Full of energy but really want to take many naps. Well, maybe you shouldn't have drank coffee if you wanted to take naps. I feel like that's counterintuitive. You didn't wanna? Okay. Okay, fair. But it was right there, standing in all its deliciousness, I couldn't resist. I mean, you could have. You could have, but you didn't. And I have to live with the consequences. Not the consequences of my own actions. Oh no. I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. I keep looking at the light because it's kind of precariously balanced. And I don't like it. I was supposed to... Like, it was mounted here before, but I couldn't get it to mount properly. Does the desk go down? Yeah. I just don't want to do it right now because the light is precariously balanced right there. And I don't want it to fall. Should have a timed command of like put desk up, put desk down type thing. Like a redeem, that every hour someone can redeem or something. I guess I could do that. I'll have to think about it. How much it should cost and things like that. How long between each redemption. We'll see. We'll see. Make it cost like 3 points. I mean that's a lot of points. I don't know if I want to make it that expensive. That's the highest you can count. Fair. It is very difficult to count any higher than 3. I mean, what even comes after? I think it's like 5? Maybe? Might afford to redeem it like twice. I think you have a lot of points trolls. I feel like you have a lot. Okay, so it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings, but I don't know. I really don't know what the case would have had to do with anything. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Misasato's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what this is all about? Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel. Even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later. Is the case fixing her hair? No. He scuttled off rather quickly there. Aura, hello, welcome. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Suzaki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last. Iris, are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Bruno? Absolutely, thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. Zelda, hello, welcome. That's the spirit. I hope everyone is doing good. Aura, Zelda, Lumen. And so Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue. And I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Oh. Wait, what? Wait, why is that? Why am I standing up? Because I wanted to. I mean, I can, so why not? But yeah, I'm doing good. Want to look down on you? No. The camera position is basically the same whether I'm standing or sitting. Because otherwise... I mean, do you want to look down on me? Do you want to look... I can just sit down. You can look down on me all you want. That's still taller than just when she sat down. I don't know about that, Andy. I don't know about that. Thank you for the hydrate, Zelda. Stream from the couch? I mean, it's a bit far away. I wouldn't have my headphones on if I'm at the couch. I'm lying on the floor. Well, then you can't... I mean, you wouldn't be able to see me unless I lie down over there. But before stream when? Yoga stream? I mean, I could do like a push-up redemption or something like that. When I do push-ups. Stream from the ceiling. Now that would be difficult. That would be quite difficult. Put the monitor all the way up, so one way or another you're taller than me. Fair. As I said, Zelda, I'm fine too. I'm a little bit tired. I think I said that. I need to get some more rest. But I keep going to bed late. See the poster better. That's true. You can actually see the poster a bit. Let me. Alina, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Yaren, Alina, Ace. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. I've just been showing off my standing desk for a bit while we were playing Ace Attorney. I hope your stream was good. I saw you were playing Fae Farm. Seemed very chill. Standing desk, yeah. You can just stand up and walk away. Well, I'm already standing. I can just walk away. Though the cord of my headphones would kind of stop me, but... Fae Farm is super cozy? Yeah. I can imagine. Kind of jealous of the standing desk. It took some work. It was my old desk. We modified it with like a standing desk bottom part. Streamers have legs? Apparently we have legs. But yeah, I can like have to be careful with this, but because my lamp is kind of precariously positioned right now. But yeah, I can just do that. It's not too expensive, to be honest. Of the noise, yeah. It really has to like work, you know. But it was 300 something, I think. But it's literally just the bottom part that we attached to the old desk. You have to jump into lurk already since lunch is ready. Well, thank you so much for the raid, Alina. I hope you have a wonderful lunch. I'm sure it will be great. It's a robot? Yeah. Anyway. I think I've messed around enough with that. Let's actually play the game. Well, 6 months ago, mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. Oh, I pressed the wrong thing. Where's Gina? We'll probably see Gina again. Probably. Because we're back in Britain. Streamers play games? Sometimes, yeah. Though not all streamers as well. Some just play music and things like that. It's crazy. But yeah, thank you, Alina. I hope you have a good lurk. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attack her, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Sasaki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Suzaru-san and I decided to represent Sasaki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. What I do notice about standing is that I can't stand still, I keep moving around, which I think is good, right? That's a good sign. In a way. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Suzaru-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. A hansom? What's a hansom? Is that like a term that's... Oh, that's the horse-drawn cab thing. Okay. I didn't know that was called a hansom. Learn more every day. It's good because if you stand still, your legs will get super short. Yeah. So you kind of have to move around a bit. Since he doesn't know words, he's finally like me. Well, I'm pretty sure, because it's a word... Better for the back too, definitely, yeah. It's probably a word a lot of even English people wouldn't know, just because it's, you know, very old. You don't actually have horse-drawn cabs anymore. Which is like, oh, I'm calling a cab, and then horses show up with this like cart. It's like, okay. I guess it's different from like a horse-drawn carriage, or is it the same thing and just a different name? Like a more specific thing? Wait, it gets super short? Wait, where did you hear that? What was the get super short thing about? Instead of super sore. Oh, right. I see. Your legs will get super short. Yeah. I'll just start shrinking. Like, oh no. Okay, so they go to the hospital. The game is gonna take forever if I keep pausing and not doing anything. Where's Mouse? Mouse. Look. Look at him go. Hospital. There you are at last. Good morning, Mrs. Sholmes. So is this a flashback? I think this is a flashback. To back then, right? Mouse or rat? This looks like a mouse, because of the ears. At least I think. Wait, what's the difference exactly? Rat, mouse. Because mice are are shorter, right? Rats have smaller ears. Are longer and have thicker tails. Pointy triangular shaped snout and long whiskers to navigate in the dark. And then the rats have more blunter snouts. But the pointy snout indicates more of a mouse, especially with the combination of bigger ears as well, so I think it's a mouse. I think it's a mouse. I think not. What? Let's get as easily distracted as me. Look, I like knowing things, okay? Oh. Yeah, this is definitely a flashback because Sasato's here, right? So we've gone back 4 months. We're basically reading through the case notes and then having a flashback in between. Learning is good, yay. You're late. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. Ah. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you too. Oh, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. There she is. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is... Ah, yes, here we are. Miss Green, of course. She's wearing green, her name is Miss Green, it makes sense. Who's this? There's a photograph in this frame here. Oh. It's a picture of a young gentleman. Looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for the matters of the heart. Not in the least, I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Okay, well, I mean, it's possible, I guess. Green's like in the Kirby games. Pollo! Pollo, pollo! This rounded wooden figurine isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. I guess, yeah. That would make sense. Looks like the patient's treatment notes. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes, this is a person. Or woman. I hope she hasn't read this. Do not feed. This, imagine a hospital just putting a sign on your bed being like, do not feed. Do not feed this person. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that? If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock. Even if it's only a flimsy looking one. Oh, I have no doubt you'd managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Otto. They do that to you? Really? Are you that bad, Lumen? That must be the bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. Change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. True. Mouse. It's a mouse, Mr. Naruhodo. An enormous mouse. See, it's a mouse. I knew it. I know my mice when I see them. I know the difference. Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. I mean, especially with the wall cracked like this. Doesn't give me much faith in the hospital. Twitchy, hello. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. This looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. Huh. Interesting. Fine, you, I'm doing good. Bit tired, but otherwise good. I'm standing up for once. As you can see, I'm not in my chair. Chair is still here, which is a little bit annoying. Maybe I should push it further back. Quick, do a backflip. I think, considering there's a piano there, a table there, and a chair here, doing a backflip here would be very dangerous. So I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no to that one. I'm sorry. I don't think I can even do a backflip, even in safe circumstances, so... I don't think you want, like, headlines of streamer dies on stream. Have I got a new standing desk? Well, it's the same desk. It's just modified. It's the same desk, I can just move it up and down. Which I've shown already multiple times. I do love showing it though. I do love showing it. I can just be like, yep, okay, that was expected. I knew I should hold it. As I... I'm good, it's fine. I need to fasten it still. I'll just put it here. That was a jump scare, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Stupid light. I want to fasten it and I just... What is this stream? What am I doing? The poor light, I know. I know. Oh, alright, I did lower it slightly. There we go. Slightly up. No game, only desk. Yeah, the standing desk with one job, you had to alternate over the day. Yeah, I'll probably alternate eventually. I'll probably just sit down for a bit and then stand again. Never finish the game? Nope. It's never gonna happen. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so he or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. That is... well, yeah, I don't know. But what if the cases do actually solve themselves? That's true. That's true, Jaeger. Maybe if we don't do anything for long enough, eventually the game will just be like, okay, you've solved it, fine. Maybe. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. I feel like... I don't think you would be like, oh, I'm a little bit peckish. Let me just eat all this medicine. Like, who does that? I'm still good. I want to fasten the light so it doesn't fall constantly. If I... Okay, let me try again, okay? Let's see if I can... Okay. So far so good. Okay. Okay. It's fastened. It shouldn't be able to fall anymore. I did it. I did a thing. If it still falls, then I don't know. Okay, we have light. It's good. We're good. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Otto. I don't know about that. This hospital's in a state. Look, it's the, like, 1800s. Sounds about right, to be honest. Seems about right. Good morning. Inosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan? No, was it your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikitoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you. I am Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I am trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. Still wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. I don't think you were... She's like, well, I don't have any talent. Of course they stabbed me in the back. It's just a medicinal rat? Oh, yeah, of course. Also, it's not a rat, Jaeger. It's a mouse. Okay, it's a mouse. There's a difference. How dare you? Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. Also, what's the key she has? I'm kind of curious. Like, why do you have a key around your neck? That's a massive mouse then? Yeah, it is. It is. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in the hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in the court that solved the case. Oh, have a good one then, Zelda. Have a good lurk or just a good day if I don't see you anymore. It's a rat with identity crisis. What, wouldn't it be a mouse with identity crisis? Because it has the features of a mouse. Or is it a rat that looks like a mouse, according to you? Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry, I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me, oh jeez. Oh my god, Green. Oh, this oh god, self-deprecating person, yeah. Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe your surname should be Blue, not Green. True. True. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, An Academy of Fine Arts? Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh, no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. Oh, very interesting. Oh, no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndyke Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Moustache. Inferior means? I suppose the Seki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine art student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She's suddenly climbed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into your young woman's private affairs. Oh dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh, yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you very much, Miss Green. Oh god. Is there a Mr. Nerfodder here? Mr. Nerfodder? Nerfodder? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Nerfodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutsmack. What? Saucy Nutsmack? Nutsmack? What? Oh, who wrote this? Natsume. Like, how does he even... Natsume. How do you make that into Nutsmack? I mean, I can kind of see it, but it's... Is this so unserious? It is. I mean, Ace Attorney games are kind of unserious. Morty, hello, welcome. I hope you're well. Mr. Natsume sent a message to me. But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly, what's going on? What's the Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Ah, what were you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Oh, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? You just took it from me. It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Moustache's lodgings. Wait, what? I'll hail a fiacre at once. Fiacre? 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 What? Why do they keep calling it different things? Because it's the same thing, it's like a horse-drawn carriage, right? Why did they keep calling it a different thing? The same thing. Use the same words. I feel like they're just using different words for the same thing to make people confused, or like, because they can, I guess. It was only yesterday that Saseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. I think I'm going to sit down again for a bit. There we are. I muted so you didn't have to hear the thing go. It's nice sitting again. Why? Because I was standing for nearly an hour, Lumen. I can sit for a bit. Oh, the muting thing. I mean, because, I don't know. I don't want people to hear the thing all the time. Wait, didn't we meet this guy? We met this guy very shortly. It's so good, is it? Is it? Do you like this sound? Wait. Do you like that sound? That sound? You do? Okay. I don't know if everyone does though. What on earth? Oh my, this gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. The locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery, and then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Moustache. Ah, not the horrible Herlock Sholmes. Shoo, shove off. Show yourself at the door. I never invited you. Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Moustache. What can I do for you? Oh, detective is here as well. I still can't believe the whole boarded up windows thing. That they bricked up windows. Because of the window tax thing. Such a weird time. But for some reason, they thought it was a good idea to implement a tax for the amount for each window. So what people did was just brick up all the windows so they didn't have to pay the taxes. Which then of course made everyone miserable because they didn't get any light and stuff like that. And it's like, why? Why would you think that's a good idea? So, here they are already, the busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Ah, gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. They're trying to hike up the price of bricks? Maybe. Maybe. Ah, I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. It's just a way to measure the size of a house and tax accordingly. Yeah, but it's still like they tried a bedroom tax current recently, yeah. But it's one of those things that is like, wouldn't it be an easier thing? Like if you have the info on the house of how big it is, tax on like square meters or something, you know, something actually quantifiable to how big something is. Instead of just how many windows does a place have? Because Windows is very like, what if you say have one of those houses with just one side entirely glass? Does that count as like one window or multiple? It's the stupid way of doing that. Like the bedroom tax thing is at least somewhat okay, but it's still like people can have more bedrooms. Or less bedrooms. Like what if you just have a big house but you only use one room as a bedroom and the rest is like a study, like a library, or like things like that, right? Do they still count as bedrooms? It's one of those things that I'm like, it's not quantifiable. There's no good way of actually making sure that it's that they're paying enough or not too much. Which is generally why it's just better to tax a flat amount, like a percentage on like sale price, as you said. Or like, I don't know, other taxes. Put a toilet in there and every bedroom is a bathroom instead? True. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you, sunshine. Okay, well... What do you have here? This conversation is getting very The Sims 4. Oi, said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know you're kind. You messed it up just by looking at it. Ah, someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first. Okay, fine. Taxing on square meters multiplied by floors would be better, but that requires more competence that they lost on the brain cell tax. True. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shakespeare. Why am I surprised? I can't with this game sometimes. Okay, William Shakespeare. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. Bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead. I mean, yeah, he got killed. It's kind of rude to talk about a dead person like that. Mr. Shakespeare? It was the landlord, old Mr. Gerardab, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fella didn't rise at his usual hours, so Gerardab got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Gerardab have a bad leg? Ah, yeah, you're right there. was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Sasaki-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems, even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, no friends. There's only acquaintances with people in this house. Miserable life and miserable end to it. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious, but I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. Certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch the dead body. Still warm? Also, if the door was locked and everything, how the heck did he die? What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? Sasaki-san? What's the matter with Sasaki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never. On my honor, I swear it. What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there. Right. What is Herlock doing? What are you doing over there? He's posing. Mr. Shums, what are you doing? Ah, you need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Shums, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Shums? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Oh. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Shums said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. Okay. What's going on? And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense. Sasaki, what's... Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Shums' abductions? Don't, please. Pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But, of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Okay. Here we go again. Cause of death. A careful observation of the victim reveals to us that the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. No, it doesn't. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. I don't think the poison was in the soap, Sholmes. I don't think... Okay, fine. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Do you now? Okay. Why would the man eat soap? It would be awful. Cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? A single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. No, it doesn't. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Mr. Sholmes, I don't think you were accurately presenting the facts here. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. Ah yes, what a great deduction. Very much off, but it was a deduction, alright. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You're disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It's quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilled the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. What's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Ugh. I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense. Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Thank you for the posture, Jack Twitchy. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the head, on the side of the head, and drive it in at an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise for Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Was Susanna the legal assistant? Yes. She's our assistant. Judicial assistant. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired. Blah, blah. Throw at the mouth indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish like the Last Supper? Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Not really. You ate soap once, you were fine. Well, what kind of soap was it? Because this is 1800s England. I don't think the soap then was the same as soap now. Everyone knows you eat soap with a spoon. True. Why would you eat soap with a fork? Crazy person. It was a KFC lemon-soaked napkin. They smell so good, but taste of soap. Oh, okay, I see. I see. You just tasted it? Right. I mean, I guess, why not? But I feel like if you actually... Wasn't 1800 soap mostly lard or some other kind of oil? Yeah, but maybe they had it scented or something. I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be terrible to eat it. Wouldn't recommend it though. But hi Sparky, I hope you're well. You can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate the soap. Did they eat some soap? I'm trying to figure out if there's like so we have the fork. We have a teacup. Is there anything else? There's another cup here. On his other hand. There's literally nothing else I can select. As far as I can tell. I'm searching around, but I can't find anything else. I'm just gonna hit the teacup. Do you think he was drinking tea with this soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it, so he could gulp as much down as possible. Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's made out to be. I feel like I'm missing something. Can I not? I don't know, is there something else that I can identify? Not really. Perhaps he was cleaning his fork? True. Possible. I think I'm gonna present the teacup just because I don't see anything else.
Take that!
Nope, okay, that didn't work. Yeah, so wait, what else can I select though? I'm so confused. Oh wait. There's another piece of soap. That's...
Take that!
Okay, there we go. It was hidden. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. Right. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. Well, London's foul soap is besmirched with foul poison. No, it's not. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Well, yeah. Like...
Take that!
Obviously it's the teacup. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. In Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in this room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. But basically, instead of soap, it's in the tea. That's it. That's all we did. It's like, no, Sherlock Holmes, it's not in the soap, it's in the tea. He didn't eat soap. That's how it kills the germs. It has to be poisonous to everything. Yeah. Anything that touches it, it dies. But I hope you're doing well, Darius. Welcome. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shakespeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggested. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. Okay. There's another teacup in his hand.
Take that!
Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. There were 2 teacups in this room all along. Ah! In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjust, unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift a veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know exactly who was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. That's not true. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. I suppose not. Time to look around again. So there's a bottle, there's some books. There's a candle. Okay, let's look at the books. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see, the titles read A Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gaboria. Oh no. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. Yep. That is a little bit suspicious. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed, Zaki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Well,
Take that!
I'm sorry, Natsume. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no more mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at the second-hand shop. Bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment? No, never. Non-negotiable. If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Nice. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor was you, Mrs. Saseki Natsume. Well, thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. Well, I do know that Saseki was back in Japan, so he at least got out, or at least didn't get convicted of anything. Not again, not again, not again. Not again. Well then, Mr. Natsume. Would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard again. But wait. Hold your horses. Yes. Door. Key. Locked. Entry. Exit. Entirely impossible. He's so flustered he's being even stranger than normal. What? You think that's an alibi? Could have just made a copy. Well, we live in the same building after all. We'd have had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But... misery me. Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Moustache. You horrible Herlock Sholmes. He really has found himself a large rival now, hasn't he? Go on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please. I'm innocent. Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, and one more thing. Yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. Oh, we can take care of the cat. Of course. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken, Saseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in the case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. I mean, I don't know if I want that honor, to be honest. At least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. Ah, and of course... What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garridab, who discovered that Mr. Shamspeare. Ah, Mr. John Garridab, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right. We must remember to go and talk to him later then. Right. But first... Inspection. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Or does the audience sit though? For the nightly Shakespeare performances. He actually said Shakespeare when he means Shamspeare, right? Did they forget to like change the name? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it. If you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. That would be great. Okay, what's this thing? Oh, is that the gas? Is it a gas meter thing? But here we have another disproportionately large machine. Looks like a meter of some kind. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Ah, I see. Yes, now you've pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here? That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes. Or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Gas lamp. It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas. Now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garridab had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. It is pretty cozy, a real fire. But there's also a lot of smoke, generally. As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property? It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh. What is it, Mrs. Otto? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Oh. Oh yes. Looks as though an amateur has broken out of a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspeare who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger entering his room. Ah, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What, outside? What the heck? It's so cold outside. You could feel it through this gap. It did snow all night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I have no idea. Was he making his own soap? That's possible, right? Would the soap have to... like, cool? Is that a thing? don't know. But what was he using the soap for anyway? He started as a liquid. Yeah. That's what I assumed. So it makes sense to... But then what was he using it for? The only thing I can think of is that he was like working with soap to make like... make stuff. You know, you make bars of soap and then you carve stuff out of it. Or something like that. That's possible. Or selling. Also true. The pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. Perhaps we should take one. There are two after all. Oh dear. I suppose we could. What's this? Look here at this soap. Ah. You see in the middle there? There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. It looks like the Hinamaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? What the heck? Now what is this? Or there's a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it? Just a British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. Quite like it. I don't know, that's so weird. What is that? Is that like a lens? Because it doesn't look like it's part of the soap, right? It's like it's pressed in there. But why? For what purpose? Welcome back, Twitchy. We've got a bar of soap. With something pressed in it. It was lying outside on a ledge. He had apparently broken through the window here. Like, taken out some bricks. And he was putting soap outside. Looks like one of those dishwasher tablets with the red ball in it. Maybe, but I don't think this guy had a dishwasher. But hi, Fart Burbler. I hope you're doing well. He was quite destitute, so having a bar of soap, or like having so many bars of soap, like there's one on the table, one on the floor, and then two outside the window. Right? That's a lot of soap. That's a soap opera, maybe. You're alright? That's good. And yeah, I'm doing good. I just I'm a bit tired. But that's my own fault. As always. Oh, the poor man, so young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yeah, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Okay, I mean... The British way. How do you do it? how do you... Like, if that person is dead, say a prayer to the Lord, probably, right? Like guiding a poor soul to the afterlife, the British way. Because they were like, oh, okay, will he be reborn as... I hope he gets reborn as something good or something. Chuck him in a ditch? That sounds like the British way, yeah. Yeah. One of the teacups that Mr. Shamspeare and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So, one was Mr. Shamspeare's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Suseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Okay. Can I examine them now? This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you on the proper way to take tea. Yeah, okay, so there's no tea ring at all. Which is interesting. Because it does leave a ring like that. Generally, if you leave it a little bit. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspeare was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese. Oh jeez. Do you always gulp it down, Twitchy? With like pour hot tea straight down the drain? Yes, nice, nice. I can't really do it myself. People think you have an asbestos mouth? Wow. You probably don't want asbestos in your mouth. Would be pretty bad. What's this? Looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. That's significant? Well, it's a little out of place. Perhaps when you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter. Or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there. He's right. And yet, here we have a torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We better take this just in case. Okay. Odd. Oh. Are we done? Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Inspector Gregson. Back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in a cell again so soon. Oh. He's alive! He lives! He's he's not dead. I did think, like, how is the body still warm if he was killed last night? Like, body heat evaporates real quick. Like, it just... Especially if it's winter in London, right? In an apartment that doesn't have central heating. Like, the body would be cold very quick. They wouldn't be still warm the next day. So I had my doubts that he was dead. But I like that we were investigating it the entire time, being like, I wonder, did he die from poison? Blah, blah, blah. And it turns out he's not dead at all. They had bricked up the windows, though. Well, yeah, but while that maybe helps in terms of, like, keeping the heat in, it's not great, especially considering, there's a hole there. There's just patched up jobs all over the place. There's cracks in the walls. It's not going to be a very well isolated area, you know? It's going to get cold very quick. We should probably go and what's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah. Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh happy day. What the heck? What is this case? Who? Oh my god. Walking Dead! It's the Walking Dead. Oh no. Zombies. The fella isn't dead at all. What was that nonsense he was saying though? I think... Yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Oh, Shakespeare. So, not Shamspeare. So he's like... So Shakespeare and Shamspeare are different people, okay. I see. Small books are so cute. They are. I do love the small books. You can just kind of flip through. They're not so heavy usually. Nice. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. Macbeth, hot potato, office drawers, plug make amends. I don't know Macbeth very well. Oh wait, this bike. So in the previous part, this bike was broken, if I recall. It looks good as new. Maybe they got a new bike. Never speak the name of the Scottish play, it's bad luck. Is it? Okay. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamspeare did not consume poison as we deduced. It wasn't an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder. Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than nights in the cells. Oh, what's this? There's a guy just looking in. Or like, what's he? Yeah, what's he doing? The bricked up windows don't really allow for much looking in anyway. Is it because we took the bricks out? Maybe. Oh no, wait, the bike is still broken. Never mind. Never mind, it's still broken. I just couldn't see the part of the wheel that was destroyed. What's that man doing over there? Oh, maybe looking for the soap. True trolls, maybe. Looks like he's trying to see into Sasaki-san's lodgings. Oh, Sasaki-san's. So not the other one. That's interesting, okay. Something wrong, Mr. Naruto. Excuse me, could we have a word? Who's this guy? What? He ran off, okay. What was that pose? He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. I don't remember either. Let's check over there. With the exception of the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garrett live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged, blah blah. In order to pay that tax, yeah. It would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to have to pay to have the work done. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume who have to live all cooped up in the widow's room. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. Okay, yeah. I thought maybe there was something I could look at there, but no. Okay, where can we go? Do we go to Mr. Garudup's room or... Let's go to prison. Let's talk to Natsume. Wait, is he not here? Never mind, okay, I guess we're talking to the Garudubs. If it's that cold, why is he wearing a silk dressing gown in the street? Well, it's... I don't know if the Yukata's... I don't think it's silk. I'm pretty sure it's not silk. And they can be quite warm. Because they wear them like year round, right? They can't be super cold. They don't look warm? I mean, I guess not, but looks can be deceiving. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. I said it, is it Yukata? I think so, right? Oh, that's a summer kimono specifically, it says. But it's a kimono. What's the difference? Oh, no, wait. Wait, kimono are usually silk, whereas yukata or lighter robes for summer months are usually made from cotton or linen. Huh. That might be silk, actually. I don't know. Or fixing that misunderstanding of Japanese culture she mentioned, starting with our game. Yeah, I'm just... Uh, on very cold days, a hanten is ideal to keep you warm. A hanten... What's hanten? Short winter coats. Okay, but she's not wearing a hanten. Now I'm just looking up stuff. Uh, you have lined kimonos, apparently. So I guess it depends what type of kimono it is, right? And she could also just be stoic, that's true. But it could also be lined with some heating stuff. Maybe she has different kimonos for like summer and winter. Probably. I mean, that would be normal, right? Even though in the game she's always wearing the same thing. But that's because game assets. Let me just tone this down a little bit. We're here because Mr. Garadab's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garadab as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the beta yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garadab. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Fun grandpa. His head is shaped like a moon. I'm not sure why they decided with the hair to go that way, but... You know? It's alright. Apparently he served in the army. I like Mr. Garadab though. His hair is quite something. I don't know how he keeps it like that. They wouldn't have much hair gel or things like that around. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door. Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes of oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Jeez. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. Why was he nervous about that? About kicking down the door? The victim's name is Mr. Shamspeare, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspeare. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has abolished Krulus. So hard to choose which category Sezeki-fan would fall into. Both. Why not both? Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. It is, but he was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. Sao? I didn't know that. Why is he known as Sao? Now I'm curious. Sword Art Online. I don't think it's that. William Shakespeare is a bit of a mouthful. Well, yes, but I'm just curious why they called him specifically Sao, because it must have some, like, significance, right? Shakespeare became so naturalized in Japan that he assumed his own Japanese name, Sao. Wait, so he did it himself? Maybe? He was like, just call me Sao. Okay. I guess. Weird. Seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. Yeah. There are a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspeare would have had much in common. Yeah, I don't know if like, the name is just a shortening or what. It might be a shortening, but Sao is very short compared to like Shakespeare. I don't know what else you would do with it though. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruhodo, really, how rude. Why do you keep reading my thoughts? I'm not even saying it out loud. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, it must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Garrett noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shakespeare got back, and the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Wait, how does he know it? What? How does he know that he was up until like 1? If he was asleep himself? The heck? Did Natsume tell him? Or does he have some kind of spy system going on? I do know that he likes keeping tabs on his renters, which is kind of creepy, to be honest. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mrs. Otto? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrett, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean. That's a very good point. Can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a body outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants, why would I? Then how did you know, Mr. Garrett? It's the gas woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? Yeah, so he can see when people pay for gas, right? So if they stop paying for gas at certain times, then he knows like, oh, they probably went to bed, or oh, they left the house, or like things like that. I guess that makes sense. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. That's supposed to happen, though. It sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they grow brighter in the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Well, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out the lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garrett. Absolutely fascinating. also creepy that you're watching it close enough that you know exactly all these things. Oh well, nothing to it really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrett's so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. Yeah. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. Good idea. Okay. Yeah, I don't really need to inspect the room. Work, take care all. Have a good one, trolls. Enjoy the rest of your day. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume. Have the police finished questioning you now? Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? What is he? Should tell me. Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Shums? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Ah, cursed. I am cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit's due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible. Oh. I'm stuck in a cell, suffering from some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the moustache? Constant questions. I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, oh, that's selfish, shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William. I mean, true. Why bother dying if you're just gonna come back to life? I guess that's fair. It seems like Mr. Shamspeare was never actually dead in the first place. Yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. It'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspeare, didn't you? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? Okay. What happened? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell. But, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings, and that evening, at 9:30 it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspeare. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. I'd never been to his room before, it was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion, but he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. It ties in with what Mr. Garrett said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene time. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet. Who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such stimulating subjects, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shakespeare's tea. No, never. Not at all. Team Juliet won. That was me. And when I left this room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit. I swear it. Categorically. That is very strange. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's so cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no. He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? I do want to know. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No, my mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been a long nightmare ever since I was given the keys in the first place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who have died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me. It really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shakespeare was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it. And that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call a home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Oh, Susanderson knows how to make the man listen. Of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Gerda? Yes. He knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. That's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such a close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear. It's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. Oh no, you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and he's able to tell us exactly what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. Inspector Gregson. Couldn't help overhearing what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh, which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Oh, sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Oh, poor Saseki. Then why did you ask for my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, was just unconscious. He's come round now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness, it's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shamspear has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ah. By sweet poison... Wait. By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life, that wicked caitiff, Saseki Natsume. No. So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No. Oh, poor guy. 2 court cases in like a week's time. He just got... He literally just got out. He just got out. He was found innocent. Goes back home. Has a talk with his friend. Next day, friend is dead. Well, not dead, but like unconscious. And he gets implicated again. Like, that's a world record, probably. Being implicated in 2 crimes in less than a week. 2 murders, for that matter. Though one of them didn't end up being a murder, but still. Well, actually, no, both of them aren't murders. Neither of the victims actually died. Interesting. Once again, Saseki-san found himself having to take the dog to the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Well, to be continued. Why am I getting hungry already? I don't think I had lunch, actually. Now that I think about it, I don't think I had lunch. I had like late breakfast though. I'll just have a big dinner instead. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning. Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this. Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Awkward. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mrs. Zato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Baroque van Zieks. Oh my god, not again. Van Zieks? Oh, no, no. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Suzeki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through. But still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zieks is a prosecutor. Well, the thing is, we know Natsume is alive in the future, so he can't die. Oh no. That even if the person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal. Right here in the Old Bailey. Ah, do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. I'm sure we'll be fine. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh? If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, well said. I swear on the sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors, I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free, with honor. Oh yes. Oh yes. We'll do this. It's court time. The name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. And readiness for the trial, my lord Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zieks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Baby, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, the prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sasaki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit tight. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. We need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Couldn't agree more. We need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hand of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. It's not very random when they keep cycling the same people. Because you only have a limited amount of art you can do probably for the characters. There's only one new person. One person I haven't seen before. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Okay, that makes sense actually. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zieks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoings in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Okay. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Sasagi Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume? Yes, my lord, sir? I'm quite sure if I'm not mistaken, but you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Oh, believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right, y'all, sir. The incident occurred at the Garadap household where the defendant had lodgings. Or has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, the defendant had already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine? Strychnine? I don't know how it's pronounced. He was found the following morning when the landlord suspected something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Strychnine, okay. Thank you, Twitchy. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that that's exactly what he was. Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes. As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. One was stabbed by no one in the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me. What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold. My runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. Do you? Do you now? I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief. Order. Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Saseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never. The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yes. Yes, my lord. Okay. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. Couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his gas left. The argument still stands. Well... what can we even do with that? I see, it all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but the testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Are you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine this suspect substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nepalese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? Simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over to the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Yeah, we've got this. We can do this. I don't know how, but we can do this. Probably. Maybe. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Ah, God.
Hold it!
Let me just press everything as usual. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Oh, no. We weren't friends. Not at all. Not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shamsby fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial, when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings, when I ran into Mr. Shamsby outside on the street. That was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any. Not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Okay. And tell the court what happened. Okay, we had a heated debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? Ah, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Ah, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with the reenactment, so we battled it out in a Greco-Roman style naturally. What? Mr. Shamsby had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest. So, when you say reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous wild tussle, I as Juliet came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. Okay, there's much I can talk about, but I feel like I can't. I'm kind of speechless. It's an interesting way to debate, that's for sure. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. Do you have any basis for that statement, witness? Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think that the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. I haven't on earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. Okay, Kick, hello. I hope you're well. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to attest to this? He said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? When tenants returned to their room and started using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garrett seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamsby's room, I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right, the tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take the poison, you die. Everyone knows that. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Doing okay? I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing well, besides being a little bit tired. But that's pretty normal for me. I feel like... What do you mean? I feel like I should stand up again. Been seated for a while now. Let me just... There we are. What do you mean? Strychnine takes some time to take effect on the body.
Hold it!
Okay. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. There's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. Seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Wait, 30 minutes? If they did an entire reenactment of a scene of Romeo and Juliet after a debate with the tea, surely that would be more than 30 minutes, right? Surely. Oh dear. Death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes, it's a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. Can't deny that. And it further degrades Saki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Okay. Very well, the court will have this report in the court record as evidence. Why couldn't I have had this before? Why don't they just mention this stuff? Medical report is pretty important. There we go. I spent months reading the bloody thing. I haven't actually read much myself of like Shakespeare and stuff. Have I read Romeo and Juliet? No. I mean, I know of it. I know how the story goes and everything. I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Okay. Let me look at this. William Shakespeare, 31. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch, it appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Wait, if the poisoning was at 1:30, he was already back in the room, right? He said he was back in his room by 11. Good afternoon, Yoda. Welcome. Have you seen West Side Story? Same thing, Last Dancing. Have I? Maybe. So, can I... Wait, let me save before I start doing stuff.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes. And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. A chrono... What? What are you talking about? What do you want about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Oh. That's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Wait, why was Natsume also freaking out? The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zieks? Well, I forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. Can Van Ziek stop whining? I wish. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? That's cold tea though. Like, he gave the tea at 9 p.m. and then he would have drank it at 1:30 a.m.? What? It would be like so cold at that time. Super cold tea would be gross. And why wouldn't he have drank anything while he was there? Even if they were so busy debating that he didn't drink any of the tea while the debate was ongoing, there's still 2.5 hours that he could have started drinking the tea. It's so weird to think like, oh yeah, so he only drank the tea like 5 hours after everything went down. Like, what? Why? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country there's an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. What? Is that true, Twitchy? Is that a saying? No. I think Zeeks is Dutch anyway, isn't he? I don't know. Is Van Zeeks Dutch? I mean, he's a British prosecutor. I don't think we have such a saying, no. My mouse got stuck with the cable. I mean, like, it's a Dutch name, but I don't think he is Dutch. It's a Dutch style name. It's not even an actual Dutch name. It looks Dutch, and it's probably meant to look Dutch or German. But it's doesn't mean he is Dutch, right? Because he is, as far as I can tell, just British. And he would be mentioning mostly British stuff. He's a baron though, so his fief would have to be in the Netherlands or Belgium. I don't think it's actually that in-depth. I think it's literally just a name that they thought looked cool or something like that. Japanese games plunder every culture without much care. I mean, sometimes, yeah. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor. That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. True justice may have been a suicide, Counsel.
Objection!
In Brazilian, he's called vampires. Huh. Interesting. Does that mean anything? Like the peers? Peers? Oh, vampire. Right, okay. Right, I see. I see. I mean, he does have the aesthetic, that is true. Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted. But he could be lying. What? I mean, Ryunosuke, it's very odd for him to lie about trying to kill himself. Like, I don't think the man would be trying to kill himself. Very doubtful. Something wrong, Lord Van Zieks. I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? Would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Oh? Who is it? Who is it? Oh god, it's... okay. Out, out, a brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. There he is. Shamspeare himself. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. I mean, for someone who they claim is very poor, the decoration on this outfit, like, if someone is as destitute as they claim he is, how does he afford that? Or is it just like something he still had from when he had more money, maybe? Who, sir, are you? William Shamspeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. I am too, actually. Happy am I, Shamspeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But, I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. There he is. Oh, and there's this guy as well. Alright, so that's Mr. Shamspeare. Who's that other man beside him? It's the guy we saw outside. I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of the man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew? No, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle. William Shamspeare. Name's Madiman. Adrian B. Madiman. I work for the Altamont Gas Company East End branch office. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Barrow Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. What's this? Yeah, he was looking inside, but if he's from the gas company, what was he doing then? And why did he run off after being seen? That is weird, right? If you're from a gas company and inspecting something, being asked like, hey, what's going on? Wouldn't let you just run off, right? You wouldn't just be like, oh no, I've been seen. Run away. That's very suspicious. He's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shamspeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that did cross me and cross mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him from the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any doubt from any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed. Okay. Thus being I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name? No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. Oh, they're actually taking this serif anagram idea seriously? I hope not. Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. What? Me? Well, now... Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin-stroker here is to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Hang on, no, I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it does pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. Okay. Meteorman doesn't seem to want to be here, or doesn't know why he's here. I don't know what's going on. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed decent fella. Wait, what? Why were you keeping an eye on his room? Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night? That's right. Of course, the bloke's window's all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered through that. The question is, why? Well, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words. What you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And, as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. The final one? I don't know about that. The snow lay about, blah blah blah. So let's press everything as usual until we get something. To be clear, by neighbor, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? A meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were embroiled in such a literary debate as history has not seen before. By which I presume he means their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shamspeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jiu-jitsu, but never did I dream it would be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. Oh god.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Why is he dancing? Look at him go. Just doing the wiggle. what's, what's he doing? If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, a 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly. It's an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea, not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, it was stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily where my lips parted.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, and he was stronger. Well, but if Natsume drank his tea though, what the heck? Allow me to confirm, did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stupid lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. Right, there we go. We all know what that means.
Hold it!
Okay, let me actually turn on the lights. That's better. You didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper? Ah, fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. I mean, I like eating thrice a day, to be honest. Sorry? I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence it is that doth not my chamber be than the costumes of mine art. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Wait, why does he eat? Oh my god. He's just eating paper. Wait, but he said no food passed his lips. What about... Did he eat a script? Was a script poisoned? So stupid. What is going on in this case? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. Ah. I was outside the bloke's window in the freezing cold, right? But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the window tags, yeah, right there, all bricked up horribly, but as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. There were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And a couple of bars of soap lined outside. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold now, but that's the orders, so that's what I'll keep doing. As long as there's breath in my body. Out of interest, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. We can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found a receptacle for the poison. And since we know that the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Oh, yes. Lucidly explained, counsel. Thank you. It really was. You can't argue with that logic. No one else visited the room. Oh, shit. I pressed through. But it's the entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Can't see any obvious holes at all, to be honest. Nobody else visited Mr. Shamspeare's room that night apart from Mr. Natsume. I imagine the members of the jury will all conclude the same thing. All we can do is press the witnesses for more information. As I was about to do, but then I missed it. You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure if it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short, little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspeare drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouettes of the little round-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. Oh. Hold it. Oh. The jurors. There we go. My lord. Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I've got my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes. Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? Yep. Unanimous decision. We're gonna just... Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man, especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours as you put it. But in the end, what difference did it make? None, as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. Oh, what's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Oh, it's fine.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty.
Well,
Guilty.
GG, I guess.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
F. I mean, it's not over yet, but still. Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. What about the... Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please. The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Mrs. Otto? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? The obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course, but here in British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of the majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised? With my learned Nipponese friends and the inability to admit defeat, you choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right of a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. True. The defense counsel's request is granted. The court will proceed with the summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity, and we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. Okay. What are they going to say? The victim may not be well off, but he's a nobleman and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused. By comparison, he's Japanese, stoops all the while and has a moustache. Very fishy. Well, that's just rude. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. I really don't care, I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all. Okay. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how it works. No, I know how it works. There's no need. Okay. Carefully listen to each statement, find the two contradictory and pit them against each other. It's pretty simple. Okay.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? There's no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. When you take the gasman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Oh, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. though I don't see it happening. Yeah, it was that elderly gentleman right and young dear, you know, you'll have to speak up. I really don't care, need this trial to be over, blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so if you can show him the victim's a liar. Because, hello. The last one is Aura. Does Aura have hearing problems as well? Oh no. I hope you're doing well. A lot? Oh no.
Hold it!
But I hope you're doing very well, Dickus. Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say, yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Well, again, so you're just looking at appearance, which is a terrible way to judge people. Is this young Ryunosuke? What do you mean young Ryunosuke? It's very fishy. Very fishy. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a moustache and he stoops. What? You arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. Like, this is Ryunosuke. But I don't know him as being older. Maybe there's another game in the series that has him be older, I don't know. But as far as I can tell, these games play out very close together. So it doesn't really age in this one. He is young though, so not wrong. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. All this really does seem more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right, when you repeat a point twice, yeah.
Hold it!
What's going on? Franceman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious, Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and all around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. Phoenix's ancestor. Yeah. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Ah, so would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Middleman was watching what Mr. Shamspeare was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So we really have no choice when the company identifies someone as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspeare is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public. But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You've noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man has not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Face, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. I may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion. So Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas. You wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could shift the balance. It could. Okay, so this...
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Juror number 1? Ah, what are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East Branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. And he bows again, of course. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it. As I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this made you recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shamspeare, if that's really your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. Boom. You like the old man, he has no idea what's happening? Same. I love it. They're so fickle. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think that is how actual jurors are as well. Like, jury members. People's opinions can change so easily, like on a dime. That's why a jury system can be a little bit like bad at times. Not seen 12 Angry Men? I have not, no. I mean, so there's either they change very easily or they don't change at all. They're too set in there, like, no, this is the way it is, right? But yeah, it depends a lot. But generally, I haven't seen many films. Just in general, I'm not very well versed in films or books. Media in general. Except for games. I play many games. That's basically it. Dickus agrees she is cultured. Yeah, I mean, Dickus is very cultured. I knew that much. 4 jurors for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, victory. The trial continues. Order, order. Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of discord, and order to the trial to continue. Let's gloss over the weird cooking song. Wait, what about the weird cooking song? You mean the cooking by the book? The, like, rap version thing? That one? You've spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. It's Astarion? No, it's not. It's not Astarion. It's Van Zieks, who is definitely not a vampire. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaks that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what did you say? What did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. Ah, you flurry-mouthed pompous beanhole. Just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspeare, if, in fact, you are not of noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas, you have a strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gasman's honor. Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord. It will be my pleasure. On the Altamont gas name, I swear. I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, yes, with his honey, yeah. What? Why is he so excited about that? Very well, as an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting, you mark my words. So you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Is the gas being clear a good thing? I don't know about that. I think I'm gonna sit down again. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Sato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. There it is. I loaded a bit too much earlier, but there we go. What's there to laugh about, Dickus? Do you not like the the moving of... I mean, I guess just the movement of the camera, right? Damn it. Okay, game. Come on, click in the game, there we go. Will be perfect for raves? Wait, what is? My desk? I don't know about that. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept third-penny bits. Each coin given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow, he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? That is very strange. Oh, wait. Is that what's in the soap? The thing pressed in the soap? Because it's circular, right? Like, wait, it's gone. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? Bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. A reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. How could the disc have gone? So, maybe because of the temperature, it melts or something? So like he has a coin, he presses like something that's coin shaped into the bar of soap to and keeps it outside to keep it cool. Then takes it out of the soap, puts it in the slot, and then it melts. So they think the gas has been paid for, but it hasn't. And they can't find any like evidence because the thing melts. Right? Seems logical to me. So what is this anyway? Envelope? Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rib here, the person in question must have been right-handed. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it. Never. Okay, well, there's no like address or anything, so I don't think we can do much with that. You have that book, The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes? Or Sherlock Holmes? Why do we still have the street map and the book receipt? The latter, okay, yeah. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zieks? Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be the crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Do what you will. Stop throwing shit. Lord Van Zieks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. Attempted poisoning and an instance of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear to be completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. This is Astarion 100%. Well, since this game came out way before Baldur's Gate did, isn't Astarion Van Zieks instead? And the first step is in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Yeah, what is he? Okay, let's see.
Hold it!
Does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? That I do. I have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspeare? Well, now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, it really is. Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meadman. Not much to say, really, but as you wish. Okay. Each coin gives customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people will use about 3 coins in a night. A bit more than that usually, if they have both gas lights and the gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Seki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. How does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meter of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues for the most part. Because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. And yet, the meter in Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin. How long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas of us for ages. And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it? Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume? No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special. It sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? And the look on his face, the smarmy smile of his... I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. You know what? Nothing. No trace of it being jammied open anywhere, not a single sign. What's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation, in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh. Right here. No wonder they call you Meterman. I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing. Although at first glance there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Ugh. Okay, let me look at this. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway. It's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. It does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Oops. I didn't want to look at the padlock. Oh, there's a hole. Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. Do you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare? Possibly. Seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. It certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. There's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. So a coin couldn't fit through there, but liquid could drain out of it. Right. If something were to melt inside of it, for example. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with though, and the collection agent has the only key. Let me I'm gonna save again because I like saving before I present stuff. But I'm gonna present this gas meter.
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away. I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that. Farthing. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? What I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1-penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. So well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a 3-penny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A 3-penny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. Oh, I see. Clearly been very well thought out. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it's pertinent. As you wish, my lord. Okay, so what if we...
Objection!
No? Does that not work? Shit. No! Okay. Okay, that doesn't work. Nothing else will fit. But, oh my god, I want the medallion thing.
Hold it!
Let me press this, I guess. But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of the diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well. We've thought of that though, anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, as gasmen do. Live for them. It would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Whoa! Hooray for gas, hooray for cash. Ultimate all the way. That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are 3-penny bits? 4-penny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? No, delve deeper. How can a meter be dismantled? Oh, right. Wait. Oh, I thought he was gonna delve deeper about the coins, but dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Oh yeah, nothing leaks from an ultimate meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. I see. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it's pertinent. I wish. Oh god. It was made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. What the heck? What am I doing here? What is going on? Has anyone ever tried? Oh yeah, they've tried, but they've all given up before long. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think? Yeah, the coin thing is important, but... What the heck? What am I... Wait, why can't... Oh, here, okay. There we go. They actually measured it now, okay. There we go. So I had the right idea. I definitely had the right idea. I just hadn't inspected it again. After getting the information I needed. Corner on the string is the classic, that's true, yeah. This one is a little bit more in-depth though, with creating fake coins that melt in the thing.
Objection!
There we go. So I already had the right idea. I just didn't inspect it again. Which is kind of annoying that I had to do that again, but whatever. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct?
1 whole year.
Combat. Hello. Thank you for the prime. 13 months so far. A whole year. Yes. A whole year. Gallium melts at low temps? Yes, I don't know what it's made of though. Which lied to you? Lied to you about what? Oh, not your Tinkertuff Dickers. It's at 21 months and 13 months. I do not know which is... I mean, it says 13. Oh, 12 and 13. I mean, 13 so technically it's been a year if you're subscribing for the 13th month, right? After the subscription ends, it would have been a year and a month, technically. Because the subscription is at the start of the month. But it might get confused, I don't know. I hope you're well though, Combat. The meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit, is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it? The item in question is this. What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. Looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. So important about the soap is this. You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah. Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the bar of soap here? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Is anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds rather like highway robbery, doesn't it? It does, but it's fine. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. Like a glove. My word, couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas? Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time. Yep, exactly. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. The method of Mr. Shakespeare has been using to steal gas, that's the missing link. And now if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me into a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? Ice. There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. At least maybe. If that is your assertion, Counsel. The defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Wait. Where on the meter? Like there? Oh, oops. Come on. It's annoying that I press space and I have to go through the entire thing again. We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside of the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside. Where you yourself, Mr. Meaderman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. Oh, I get it. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Shakespeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter coin box melts, turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water? That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. What? Wait, what? A piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shakespeare has been stealing gas. Is what? What? A bar of soap? The heck? Oh, in the picture. There's the pool of water under the gas meter, yeah.
Take that!
This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. Ah. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating this room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspeare slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. You're right. It would appear to me then, counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand. Made of soap is sounding increasingly like it. You mean to say, who's using that fork to... Yes. To extract the frozen coin from the bar of soap. Ah, but the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious. Another bottle gone by Lord Van Zieks. I was throwing my hand up in despair and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. Ah yes, classic mistake. Whoops, I threw my bottle by accident. What's the meaning of this, counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well, that Mr. William Shamspeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it. Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young McGasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever to suggest otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. What? Order, order. Well, counsel, how does the defense respond? Mr. Naruhodo. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zieks is saying? Ah, we are objecting, always. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zieks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point, but contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to consider. Namely, was the poison in the tea? We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison. As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene, and a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. Okay. Oh shit. Oh. Oh wait, I thought I could. Because I'm thinking you would have used maybe some of the tea or the last bit of tea to create like another coin, right? To put it in a bar of soap. But I don't have. Okay, I want to at least save because I'm I'm actually not sure now what to present here.
Take that!
No. Maybe dig deep enough. No, okay. No. It doesn't work out. I was like, maybe I can just point to the stain on the floor again, but no.
Take that!
This doesn't work. Good gracious. Oh, there we go. The soap again. Yeah. I guess presenting the soap again works. Same ball the victim used to fashion his coins of ice. Yes, that's right, my lord. It just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes. But there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, do you mean? Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. Ice was red. No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. Ah yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. On the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. Ah, you smug Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Here we go again. Bailiff, instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord, understood. Okay. It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zieks. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, counsel. Court is adjourned until tomorrow. Well then. We got through that part as well. Now, can I finish this case until I need to leave? Or before I need to leave, rather. Maybe. Maybe we have a chance. Ooh, we made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can find some new clues for the court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't believe it. That's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Suzaru-san. Thank you. Okay. Let's talk. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sasaki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Suzaru-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Which one is that? Let me see. Ah, yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's. Or Bart's, as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah yes, after Sasaki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Sasaki-san an apology. Okay, what next? We know that Sasaki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question, but as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Okay. Kazuma Sogi, the best friend I ever had, and the lawyer with such promise. You really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. Stowaway thing, yeah. Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you? It's been on my mind ever since, but that you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. Got a natural talent for it, believe me, I guarantee it. I can't force you, obviously, you'll have to decide for yourself. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Naruto-san? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know, the thought just takes hold of me every now and then, and that's all. Naruto-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, it's the night before he died. He told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. It can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. His ribbons are going mad, but his hair isn't moving at all. Yeah, don't worry about it, Dickus. It's always been that way. I think his headband is magical. Didn't save him from getting murdered, though. Lots of hairspray? Well, I feel like his hair would be moving if there was, like, any wind whatsoever. But they're inside of the cabin of a ship. There's not exactly much movement going on there. Whatever it is, I will see it through with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Yeah. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet I've not found a single clue. I see. Yeah, I guess we'll never know. We'll never know. I guess, what do I do? I guess we go back to this room. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? Was it tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Aw, Gregson. Thank you. And the fork is back on the table. The ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated nights. During their heated literary debate, yes. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion. I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Mrs. Otto. Let's hope it stays that way. Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more suited to be a feudal lord, a daimyo or some such like. Is it chonmage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chonmage. Oh, you'd look wonderful with one, and you'd already have a sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? That would be interesting. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and a bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yeah, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Van Zieks? Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste, and that he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. I probably should. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. Even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shakespeare must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. True. Okay, anything else? Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? On Lord Van Ziek's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me. Because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. There's not much I can expect anymore. Sun never shines in this room. You can always remove the bricks, set that soap outside. Yep. Anything else? Oh, the soap here. So it turns out that Mr. Shakespeare wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right, the mystery as to why he'd had it on the plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. He prized his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. Certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. I'm not finding much else. Is that it? I guess so. go here. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yeah, you hear angry voices. Oh god. Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man has not heard. The ear of man has not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that moustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from the poison. God have mercy, ample lady. But thou seest, I have vigour still. Behold my Shakespeare dance. Nice dance. Nice, nice. Just a couple of jumps and then a dab. Interesting. Interesting dance. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Oh, there he is again. I hate this guy so much. Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence rises the sun. Oh, now. What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? Marry, I do believe I am returned into another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. Face, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Huh. He dropped his act. Interesting. Anon, excellent. Okay. Mr. Shakespeare might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Oh, Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Mouse. Mouse friend is still there. Mouse friend. Already investigated. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me? Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in snow one evening, minding my own business. And then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh yes, of course. Okay, is there anything else to... I was thinking maybe we could talk about her art having been seen by... or been looked at by the guy. Why he would be so fascinated by it. I guess we'll go to prison and talk to Natsume. But yeah, Miss Green is such a... I love Miss Green just because she constantly is like what's it called? She's like, oh, maybe I should have died and stuff like that. It's such a mood of like, oh, I just don't deserve this. The like that type of thing. I don't remember how she said it exactly, but there were some good conversations that she had earlier. I mean, a lot of the characters are great. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts, or trials, or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to. He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then? Have a good one, Twitchy. Enjoy the rest of your day. And your tea. What is your name then? Oh. As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out of his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? Ah, he's back. I am not a cat. It worked. He's back in the real world. What's going to become of me? No, don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Natsume, no, this morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Yes, yes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent. In court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? The reality checked him, yeah. Ghost Green, welcome. I hope you're well. Perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes. Yes, we must. Okay. Let's talk then. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom it was the most moving experience of my life. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Soseki certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. At the same time, we were both completely fine. Shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. Suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That rotten Shamspeare. What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me. Capital offender? Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. Okay. I'll keep it in mind. Mr. Gerdap appears to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. I'm just gonna look around everywhere. Doesn't seem to be anything important here. I think we've basically done what we could. Oh, Bruno and Susie! Hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Moustache's case. That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So, tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really, I would have liked to see it. And I must pause the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been so long. Is Lord Van Zieks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Oh god. Lord Baroque von Zieks, yes. It's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts. Sooner or later, the hapless fool will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being sat upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Moustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zieks' own hand. As it happens, Mr. Zado, that is quite impossible. Oh? Naturally, the man very quick came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper had always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into the trial at the Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection, and really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Bruno, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky, or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Well, let's go for the foul smell first. So what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris. At the ready, Hurdy. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Ooh, big yawn. Do you see what happens? It's turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed. The blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, and the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Hollock Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea incident, in Kent, was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Oh god. Okay. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending being Japanese as well as Mrs. Zato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Ziek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Baron Van Ziek chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No. What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Moustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Fair. I want to know though. So your t-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels here. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellow, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Okay. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Bruno. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later in all likelihood. Probably, maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye, Susie. Okay, then. So wait, do we just go back to the scene of the crime? Oh, there he is. Okay. He's already here. Mrs. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi, what are you doing there, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. Okay. Oh, he's got his goggles on. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Sherlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample? From Mr. Shakespeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There, now, spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? A little press of space in the area you're interested in is all that's required, like this. Ah, what is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicators in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. You may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Spray, spray. Okay. Well, spraying everything. What have I missed something? I don't know. I'm just spraying everything, but nothing is happening. Spray. Oh, there we go. On the back of the chair. Table. Stuff. Wall. What am I missing? Lamp? Painting? Oh. There are dozens of handprints here. So there are a great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. Without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Very true, Mrs. Otto. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Okay, well... So if I spray it again, it just does that. Okay. Anything in particular here? What about this box? Can I just... Can I exit this? What have I not seen? I wanted to inspect behind it, but I guess it's... Okay, so this envelope thing isn't anything. What am I missing then? This cup? No. Floor? I don't know. Like, the painting is the most important part. Can I just leave? I guess not. What's it expecting me to do though? I've already found the prints here. Do I need some other prints? Something else? Boards? Oh, there we go. Look at all this here. Ah yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Perhaps he had a bad fall this year? Nothing obvious that he would have tripped over though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Okay. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. What is it, Mr. Zato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has been popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mr. Zato. What do we have in here? Oi, what are you lot doing? Dr. Gregson. Down the side, right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig in your portion of the chips while we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A little bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a strong tatami mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of those wooden floorboards to move either. Got me wondering about the wall over there, too. Oh, oops. Aren't you curious? Oh, I'll investigate it once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? Really can't think of why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in a place like that. Oh. And there you are. More print for you. Photograph of the handprints on the wall. Okay. Thank you very much. I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything. I'm desperate to know. So am I. Oh god. This is going on a little bit too long. I need to get some food. And some rest for my voice. Let me save the game. I'll continue this another time. We made good progress though. There we go. Jeez. This case has been very strange. That's for sure. Ooh, I can send you over to Holly. Holly's streaming some tabletop sim. I don't get to raid Holly often. She hasn't streamed that much either, so let's go say hi over there. And send some love her way. Thank you everyone for watching, for being here. I hope you had a wonderful time. Even though it was a bit of a mess at times. But maybe that's the best type of stream, right? Where it's a little bit of a mess. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow with Wheel Wednesday. We don't know what we're going to do just yet, but it will be great, I'm sure. Have a good one. Go say hi to Holly for me. Maybe give a follow if you're so inclined. And then hopefully I'll see you next time. Go have food, drink, that type of thing, stretch, stay cozy, stay safe. And yeah, that's about it for me. Stay hydrated. Bye bye everyone. Until next time. Bye bye.